chào mọi người, nếu mọi người có nghe được tôi thì hello mọi người. Có nghe không ta? Không biết có nghe không ta? Ai nghe cho số 1. Như thường lệ thì hôm nay chúng ta lại tiếp tục ngồi làm việc và chờ một xíu nhá. Và cái Facebook như là lâu lâu chắc chắn là Facebook sẽ chặn nhạc mình nghĩ nó sẽ mất khoảng 30 phút để nó nhận ra là mình đang xài nhạc bản quyền ha. Thật ra nó chỉ là bản quyền bị chặn ở trên Facebook thôi chứ YouTube thì chặn, cho nên là F for YouTube ấy không, F for Facebook. Anyway, rồi để mình coi. Rồi tất cả mọi thông tin đều ổn hết. Thì hôm nay mình lại tiếp tục chapter của Hải Linh ngày hôm qua. Và nếu có thời gian rảnh thì mình sẽ học một chút Masterclass. Nếu bạn nào cũng học Masterclass thì ôi mấy em gái xinh xinh ở trên Facebook livestream nhìn vui nha. Quên bỏ qua, mình không quan tâm tới mấy em gái xinh xinh. Thì đúng rồi, bây giờ mình sẽ stream nhé. Và mọi người, hôm nay mình đã có chuẩn bị cái micro rồi nha. Mọi người ai muốn tương tác thì hãy giả bộ nói chuyện đi, rồi mình sẽ giả bộ trả lời nếu mình thấy được cái chat. Cái gọi là 5, như là số thứ 5 trong cái dự án online rồi. Mình gọi nó là dự án online, nên là nếu mà mình còn sống thì mình sẽ còn ngồi stream để thấy là mình còn sống. Something like that, right? Vậy nha, làm việc thôi mọi người, để mình set giờ nè. Ai muốn ngồi chung với mình đó, hay là muốn lên tivi giống mình vậy nè thì các bạn vào cái webcam nó không được đẹp lắm. Nếu bạn nào muốn lên tivi giống mình vậy thì vào trong cái Discord nha, vào Discord bên dưới. Bạn vào Discord dưới thì sẽ vào chung với mình nha. Mình có hẹn bạn đây có khi đang trực tiếp, khi đang làm gì đấy. Các bạn với Discord thì sẽ lên ngồi chung nhé. Rồi, ok, mọi thứ đã ổn, stream đã ổn nha. Nè, hello Chí, Vĩ, Nguyễn Trần. Hello Vĩ. Vĩ hôm nay Vĩ có học gì không? Nay Vĩ có làm việc gì không? Nếu Vĩ có ngồi học, nếu mà mọi người có ngồi làm việc hoặc là ngồi làm gì đó mà trên máy tính lâu á, thì mình rất là welcome mọi người đến với cái Discord của mình. Discord của mình đó là ngồi học chung chứ không làm gì nhiều. Mình sẽ mời mọi người, mình không biết mời như thế nào. Mình có để link á, nói chung là mọi người vào link đi ha. Đó, ngồi học chung chứ không làm gì nhiều. Ok. Cũng không biết là stream ở bên bên đó được không, bên cái Discord được không, nhưng mà nói chung là mọi người vào thì mình đưa mọi người lên thôi, đưa mọi người lên TV cho vui. Rồi vậy nhé. Rồi tạm biệt mọi người. Mình set giờ và bắt đầu công việc của mình đây. Cũng 10 giờ 11 rồi. Cái micro này thực tế là cái điện thoại á, cái điện thoại và mình sử dụng cái điện thoại này để làm micro, tại cái micro kia thì vẫn đang để bên chỗ bé Hải Linh. Bé Hải Linh đang mượn cái micro của mình để làm vlog, chưa chưa đưa micro lại nên là ờ, rồi vậy nha, để mình tắt micro và mở nhạc lại đây. Hy vọng là hôm nay không có dính nhạc bản quyền. Không biết là mình có nên kiểu stream mà không có nhạc không á, tại vì stream không có nhạc thì nhiều khi nó nó cũng phù hợp với một vài bạn hơn. Ừ, ok. Mọi người hãy cho ý kiến nha, mình nên stream có nhạc hay là stream không có nhạc nha. in my mind. Oh.
You don't know what I've been through, no, you don't got a clue. So why would he say you cool? You should know now. Put all the bullshit to the side. Sometimes I'm wishing that my brother ain't died. I gotta keep all of those feelings inside, cause nobody really down to ride. Nobody really down to slide. We ain't on the same time, and we ain't on the same grind. Got too much money on my mind. Every time I'm in the booth, I'm speaking the truth. Labels calling with that money, don't know what to do, cause I've been stacking blues. You don't know what I've been through, no, you ain't got a clue. Still roll with the same crew, ain't shit new. Different city with some different hoes. Hit it once and then I let it go. Blowing money, we got plenty more. Sipping syrup, I've been moving slow. Still the same kid on that same shit. I press the gas and I lane switch. Just a backwood in my face it. Took a couple hits, now I'm fading. My last bitch downgraded. By the way that I'm dressed, way that I'm blessed, they'll probably think I made it, and I ain't even fucking make it. I know.
Falling again, I try to stand.
The more you know who you are and what you want, the less you let things upset you.
Don't know what I'm supposed to be.
I've got a bad feeling about this. Hold it! I've got a bad feeling about this. Hold it! My body is very limited. My mind is free to explore the universe. There are no limits to the human spirit.
Hello mọi người. Mình đang unbox cái đèn dây. Đèn này là đèn Light của Xiaomi. Đây đèn Light của Xiaomi. Lấy cái này cho mọi người thấy nó rõ hơn. Đây. Cái đèn này. Thì đầu tiên là mình sẽ tải một cái app. Mình đang coi là app gì. Đây app đây nó có cái QR code nên là cũng dễ scan vô coi. Scan được ta. Ok, để kiếm chỗ scan cái này scan đâu được mọi người. Có gì các shop này chị là ok có app. Mình tưởng là cái này nó phải chung app với lại thằng Xiaomi chứ thằng Mi Home để mình tải thằng Mi Home luôn coi sao, tại vì mình vẫn nghĩ là nó xài chung với lại bên hệ thống của Xiaomi. Mình mua 2 cái đây để mình làm Masterclass cho cái mail Masterclass cho cái màn hình phía sau, rồi mình sẽ có thêm một cái Masterclass cũng đang đặt chờ thêm 2 cái đèn khác nữa của thằng nào đó của bà đây không. Thằng VL120 RGB được quảng cáo bởi Hiếu BK. Coi gì đó, coi cái clip của Hiếu BK thấy thật là hài hước nên là mình đã mua. Mình mua vì thấy cũng hài hước thôi. Đó thì nghe nói là bên Shopee Gaming cũng vừa mua 2 cái đó luôn, nên là ok để anh em về test coi là đèn được Hiếu BK quảng cáo như thế nào. Để sẽ làm đèn app. Mình đòi đi ra ngoài là không biết là cái này nó kết nối rồi mình kiếm cái đồ trắng. quá luôn mọi người ơi. Mình có dây điện, mình có cái đồ để mà cái đèn á, cái chuyên đèn, nhưng mà mình không có cái dây điện để cắm vô ổ điện, nên là để mình đi bên kia mình xài đỡ cái đồ kia rồi sao. Ok. Yeah. Thử vô đây đi. Chắc lát xong là phải cho con Miu nó đi ra ngoài đó, nó làm gì đó. Rồi giờ là sẽ bật lên coi sao nha. Ngoài sáng 3W, sáng vừa là ôi sáng vừa là luôn, sáng lắm luôn. Thế là mình có cài đặt lắp cái sáng vô chứ nó sáng lắm. Mình lắp cái xua rất là sáng. Rồi giờ mình sẽ xài cái đèn. Còn vẽ nó nằm với cái ánh sáng. Mình sẽ ấp trứng, sẽ ấp cái vẽ. Ê, bắt con nhập nó chứ cái gì mà nhập cái con nhập được không? Quên. Bây giờ không có đăng nhập cái tài khoản á. Ai này hỏi nghe. Miu. Vô đây. Vô đây. Tài khoản. Ok. Ok. Tiếp theo phải đóng tiếng điều khoản này. Ok. Tôi không phải người máy. Ok luôn, tôi là người nhập mã bảo mật. Rất ok. Cài đặt có cái đèn đúng tiền. các bạn ơi. Trời ơi, nó nhập luôn đi nào. Ok, xong chưa? Xong chưa? Rồi. Ok. Kích hoạt tài khoản. Vô. Hoàn tất. Các bạn đăng nhập. Dễ nằm đúng sao. Rồi mình đã vô Mi Home rồi, bây giờ mình sẽ cộng thêm thiết bị. bật bật Bluetooth, bật đèn, đi đến cài đặt, bật vị trí luôn. Gì bạn Miu ơi, gì bạn Miu? Cho phép kết nối rồi, kết nối rồi. Rồi bây giờ mình sẽ thêm thiết bị nè. Đây nha, chỉ là xài Mi Home được. Tiếp. Ủa là sao? Tiếp. Là thằng này nó muốn kết nối vô trong cái wifi, là cái đèn này muốn vô wifi luôn. Ok, hiểu rồi. Kết nối mình đang ấp trứng cho cái gì, ấp cái gì thì cái gì nở ra. Kết nối. Kết nối thành công rồi, đang chuyển thông tin thiết bị. Đó, nó đang chết như là kết nối thành công rồi đó. Đâu nhất thiết chết gì đâu, nhìn sợ. Kết nối mạng luôn. Ghê. Ôi nhìn ngồi đấy. Được các bạn ơi. Xong. Rồi bây giờ đây là phòng làm việc đúng không? Phòng làm việc. Ok. Bắt đầu. Rồi bây giờ nó sẽ phải chạy cái phần mềm riêng của cái đèn này. Chỉ dễ biết mẹ đâu vậy. Đồng ý và tiếp tục. Rồi ok, đổi màu nè. Baby, thời kỳ đổi màu đã đến. Thời kỳ đổi màu nó quay trở lại. Cái này là gì vậy? Là độ sáng. Mình giảm độ sáng được nè các bạn, là 1% nè, thấy không? Sáng vừa nè. Đó, sáng hơn nè. Đổi màu khác nè. Trời ơi, được quá ta. Đổi màu xanh thôi. Nó bị sticker rồi thấy không? Thật ra đèn này lúc mà người ta review là bảo là có sticker. Maybe đây là cái lý do mà người ta không có sử dụng đèn này. Đâu để mình. Đây, nhiệt độ màu đó hả? Coi, nhiệt độ trắng 6.000 lên được tới 6.300. Sáng trắng là 6.500 luôn. 6.400 nha. 6.400 là độ 6.400K. Ủa gì vậy? Cam nhất của nó là 1.000. Mình thấy cũng hơi cam. Đánh backlight được nè. Đánh rim light chứ quên, sorry, đây, đánh rim light được. Rim lên tóc này. Ok, đánh rim light khá vui. Chuyển màu nè, đây, màu tím cho dễ vẽ. Màu xanh. Độ sáng 100% của nó cũng không xanh lắm đâu. Xanh vừa. Cái độ sáng của đèn màu thì rất là thấp nha. mình nghĩ cái cường độ sáng nó không cao, nhưng mà cường độ sáng của bên đèn đèn sáng trắng á thì khá cao đây. Nhưng mà cái này thì nó là cái kiểu mà rê chuột thì mình không thích lắm. Tại vì mình thì mình quen với cái kiểu nhập số vào rồi, nhập thông số thì nó chắc kèo hơn. Coi cái màu đỏ nó có đỏ không? Nhìn thấy màu đỏ này có đỏ không các bạn? Tôi thấy nó hơi hồng quá. Cái đỏ bên này nó đỏ. Thấy không? Nghĩa là mình rất là khó chịu tại vì nó kiểu nó hết xui á, nó không có vô đúng cái màu mình cần. Màu đỏ nè, đỏ chắc của nó này. Còn hay là mình cũng lên trên Lazada mình livestream bán hàng đi. Màu vàng nè, không vàng nó vàng đây, vàng ở đây chỉ đang vàng. Rồi ok, chương trình review cho các bạn buổi trưa không đi ngủ đã kết thúc. Các bạn nên đi ngủ đi. Ô mình tắt được rồi. Mỏi nè, tắt nè, đó ngầu đấy, hay các bạn ơi. Ok thôi trả cái đèn này cho nhóc, mình đang mượn cái đèn của người ta tại vì mình không có cái đồ gắn đèn, mình chỉ mua cái bóng đèn thôi. Nếu mình mua bóng đèn vậy nè chứ chưa có cái đồ gắn. Đây là cái đèn bình thường nè, đèn này chắc cũng 3.000k. Click banh sát luôn, clicker banh sát luôn. Ôi rồi ôi, đây là mấy lần stream đâu có xài đèn này đâu. Mấy lần stream là đánh cái này là cái đèn dream á, nhưng mà nó bị click đó. Lúc mà quay vlog nó bị click đó. Để lát nữa mình sẽ quay thử vlog coi là nếu mà quay bằng cái đèn G-Light này, nó bị flicker hay không. Tại vì mình mua về để mình làm đèn làm cho mình, bây giờ nó bị flick nữa thì thôi buồn lắm. Cái đây là một trong hai loại đèn đã về. Mình mua 4 cái đèn ha, vậy thì là 2 trong 4 cái đèn đã về. Mình mua 2 cái G-Light của Xiaomi và mình mua 2 cái của Ulanzi. Nhắc lại là mình mua 2 cái Ulanzi là bởi vì mình đã coi review của Hiếu VK. Ai chưa coi review của Hiếu VK thì coi review của Hiếu VK đi, vui lắm. Cái review nó hài bại. Có bao giờ các bạn mua cái đèn vì cái review nó vui không? Ok, session buổi chiều mình cần hoàn thiện. Từ để mình dọn cái này nữa, mình chơi xong để dọn. Buổi chiều là mình cần hoàn thành clip của Hải Linh, chắc chắn là sẽ xong trong chiều nay để mai gửi khách. Rồi buổi tối thì có thể là sẽ xem phim. Nếu mà bạn nào cũng muốn xem phim thì hãy vào kênh Discord ở dưới, mình có để dưới comment á. Kênh Discord của mình ở dưới comment, ở nhà lộn ở dưới phần mô tả. Các bạn vào kênh Discord ở dưới phần mô tả. Buổi tối thì chúng ta sẽ có thể xem phim với nhau, tất nhiên là phim lậu ha. Mình có tải phim HD về. Tại vì thà là chúng ta cùng nhau coi phim lậu á, nó vẫn đỡ hơn là mình coi phim trên Netflix xong cái mình share với mọi người á, cũng hơi kỳ. Mình lậu hết với nhau đi, cùng nhau coi phim lậu. Cũng không lậu lắm đâu, cũng phải bỏ tiền ra để tải về. Ok ha, hẹn mọi người tối nếu mọi người rảnh thì vào Discord của mình để coi phim chung cho vui. Còn nếu mà mọi người muốn vào ngồi học chung thì mọi người cũng thể vào Discord. Bấm này thì mình sẽ mở nhạc ở trong Discord, rồi có thể là mọi người sẽ lên TV giống vậy. Mọi người thấy TV này không? Đó cái TV đây để mình chỉ cho mọi người. Đó đây là cái TV mình sẽ mời mọi người vào TV luôn. Mình vô mình lột trong cái kho mình thấy bóng đèn kiểu nhẹ nhiên á. Mình không nhớ là mình có cái bóng đèn. Tại vì nếu mình nhớ mình đã không mua bóng đèn rồi. Chủ nghĩa tuyên thủ quá. Nói cái đèn kia, đèn RGB. Mình cần cái đèn RGB để đánh màu xanh ở cái phần phía sau của cái màn hình TV, cái màn hình máy tính khi mình quay vlog. Chứ cái đèn là đèn màu vàng. Mình cũng sẽ sử dụng nó để làm cái gì đó trong tương lai. Ok, cùng nhau làm việc vào buổi chiều nào mọi người. Biết là mọi người có ăn trưa và ngủ trưa chưa? Mọi người nên nghỉ ngơi hợp lý, ăn ngủ đầy đủ. Rồi, còn tiếp nào. Ok, lên nhạc bạn ơi.
wondering, what's the point? Would it make any difference at all if I never existed? How can we sleep at night when there's so much suffering in the world?
Chicago manual of thermodynamic flux induction circuit design. I bet this would work better than a sleeping pill. I don't wanna. Whoa. I bet this would work better than a sleeping pill. No way. I don't wanna. The Chicago Manual of Thermodynamic Flux Induction Circuit Design. I bet this would work better than a sleeping pill.
Some contrast to our over. And I will be using the PavoTube 15C from Nanlite. It's an RGB light with internal battery, which means we can use this wherever we like without plugging between blue and pink LED. We can choose whatever colors we like, but I prefer using the color between
These 10 amazing callouts for DaVinci Resolve will change.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to another epic video, and this time I'm gonna do a video standing up because that's my default. Even when I'm on my phone, I gotta pace back and forth. My wife makes fun of me, but it is what it is. So we're gonna give this a try, see how it goes. Today we're gonna be talking about color theory, and this is gonna be a crash course, but it's not gonna be, me just sitting here reading you fine print and all the beautiful articles that have been written on it, because you can Google that stuff. So what I'm gonna do is going to be my typical style, where I'm gonna morph this information specifically for filmmakers, and at the end of it, I want you to walk away with something exciting, something fun, okay? And guys, before we jump in and start swimming in this Kool-Aid, let me say it one more time. I will be doing a live webinar next Monday at 11 a.m. Pacific time. You do not want to miss it. It is ACES for beginners. I'm going to be taking you through what is ACES, how to set up your project in ACES, how to grade in ACES, and I guarantee you, after this live webinar, you will be ready to grade your first project in ACES. Plus, by signing up, you will be automatically entered to win my Freelance Colorist Masterclass. I will be picking 3 winners at the end of the training. So, registration is free, but we have limited seating. So click the link below to join. And if you're enjoying the content, you know what to do. Smash that like button, subscribe to my channel for more awesomeness. Make sure you're following me on Instagram, and let's roll the intro. Let's roll the intro. So let's start with the history lesson. You ready? Sir Isaac Newton was the first scientist who came up with what he called a color circle. The first scientist who came up with what he called a color circle. It was built off of 7 main colors on the spectrum. Okay? Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. So Roy G. Biv. This is how you would remember it. So Roy G. Biv. This is how you would remember it. But modern physics ditched indigo because they said it was challenging to distinguish that particular hue adjacent to the other colors that were on the spectrum. So they ditched indigo, and then we were left with 6 main colors. So R, O, Y, Roy, G, B, V. That's the current 6 color spectrum that we see. And you can see it on this chart. It is measured in nanometers. We're looking at a wavelength that starts at 380 to 780. And basically, this is what a human eye can see. Now let's move on to something familiar to most of you, which is the CIE diagram. You've seen this before, I'm sure. It's also known as the horseshoe, just the shape of this diagram. And what we're looking at is exactly what we saw on the spectrum, all right? So you can now spot these values. If you look to your far right, you see the number 700. And if you look to your bottom left, you see 380. These are nanometers. And this is what a human eye is capable of seeing. And then within that, we have different color gamuts. In this example, we can see sRGB and Adobe RGB. And then this middle point right in the center of that triangle is what's called a D65. And that's basically, in computer's language, a proper white point. This is what computer declares a proper white point, and that's D65. So hopefully all these numbers that you might have probably seen in the past and just didn't really know what it was, it's starting to make sense now. Now, let's move on to the fun stuff. So what I want you to do is when you look at this color wheel, I want you to split it in half. I want you to look at the right side as cool tones, left side as warm tones. And this is very important, whether you're a filmmaker, cinematographer, or a colorist, to identify this, because when you're going to be creating certain moods, just knowing that off the top of your head could be very helpful, okay? And now if we dive deeper into that color wheel, what we get to see is that it's broken into these different categories, okay? Ultimately, there are 3 main categories. You got hue, chroma, and value. Hue is basically your color. It sits on the top part of the wheel and it rotates in 360 degrees. That's where all your colors are. So violet is a hue, blue is a hue, magenta is a hue. These are all hues, and that sits up top. Chroma will be the saturation of that hue. So where is it sitting? How red is that red? How dull is your red? So that's your chroma. Then we talk about the value, which is the brightness of your color. How bright is that red? I mean, that red looks different, like rose red looks different in the morning than it does at night. You get what I'm saying? So now what is it doing? It's not really changing its saturation or its hue, it's changing its values. And knowing these nuances and these little differences is the difference between an amateur and a pro, because beginner cinematographers and colorists are just looking for that swing of a hue to get that red, get that yellow, get that blue. They're not thinking about like all these different variations within each hue. And that's, again, what separates the pros from the amateur, because the examples that I'm going to be showing you later down the road, I mean, you're looking at Blade Runner right here. We have some other really good ones that I'm going to take you through and kind of break down those grades and give you a better understanding of like what the colorist was thinking, what the director's intent was, and all that good stuff. And it'll start to make much more sense. So just like I gave you the example of the rose, the bottom line is that the perception of a specific color is based on its interaction with other colors around it, okay? I'm about to show you some examples. I want this part to be a bit more interactive. So I'm just going to ask you guys to pause the video and type in your answer in the comment section below. This is not just a, cheap tactic to get some engagement going, but it's going to be good for you guys as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through a bunch of these diagrams here. I'm going to tell you to type in your answer below, and then we're going to revisit and I'm going to give you the answers. Okay. So let's check this out. Let's look at this first one, and without cheating, going on the internet and finding the answer, tell me between these two letters, A and B, which one is brighter? You can type in your answer and just say B is brighter. Now, let's look at this other example and tell me which inner square is brighter, okay? Left or right? Now, let's check out this one and tell me this bar in the middle, which side of that bar is brighter, left or right? Now, let's move on to our hue aspect of this exercise. Look at the green in the middle square and tell me, are they the same or different? So like I said, pause it, answer down below. Now let me take you through and give you the answers. So let's go back to the first diagram. This right here, the A and B have the same exact values. The reason why we thought B was brighter than A is because it's the perception of color based on its interaction with other colors in the space. Same thing goes right here. Let's look at this right here. Obviously, the gray in front of the darker image is much brighter, right? False. They're the exact same values. Once again, having to set which background you're going to pick with a certain color that you're using can change the entire game. And I'm telling you, it's important because as a colorist, now that you're aware of it, you can make conscious decisions to make sure that your image pops and you're doing justice to your footage. Same thing here. This bar is the exact same value from left to right. But obviously, when we look at it, the left side is way brighter, but it's only brighter in relationship to the color behind it. All right. And with no surprise, same boring answer. Both of these lime greens are exactly the same. But when you choose a poppy lemon background, the lime green pops. When you choose a fluorescent green on that lime green, it disappears, it muddies it up, and it adds this tinge that just makes the whole thing kind of blah. It's important now because what you can do is if you're in a scenario where the art director didn't really do their job, the DP was just like whatever, didn't care, and you ended up with the image on the right side, what you want to do now is to grab that background, maybe use hue versus luminance, bring the value down, then go under hue versus hue, swing that hue a little bit so you can create some color separation between your subject, which would be the inner circle, compared to your background. So knowing these things will help you understand this and then get the most out of your image. All right. Now let's move on to the fun stuff and let's talk about color harmonies. All right. So we have bunch of different types. I'm going to touch base on the most common ones, especially in our world in the background. So separation, color based on the most common ones, especially in our world, in the film world. So the first one I want to talk about is monochromatic. Most of the time people think monochromatic means black and white, you know, done and done. That's not true because the clip that you're looking at in front of you is from Moonlight and it's obviously not black and white, but the colorist very carefully chose a monochromatic scheme and you can see it on the vector scope. It lives on the same hue, but just because of different chroma and different value, it created that drama and 3D in that image, okay? And that is the power of color grading, my friends, because somebody can look at this image and be like, give me perfect skin tones, give me a pure white on his shorts, blah, 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 but then it wouldn't be Moonlight. When it comes to creativity, you gotta, you know, suspend your disbelief and just go with where the story is going to take you. All right. Now let's look at another one of my favorite examples and the background of this video right here. This right here is built on our second type of color harmony, which is analogous. All right. Analogous is basically colors adjacent to the color in the middle. In this case, when we look at it, if our main color is orange, if you look at the sky, it has a little bit of yellow. If you look at the ground, it has a little bit of red. And those two colors are sitting adjacent to orange. And that's the analogous color scheme or color harmony. And we can see it again in our vector scope, how it's created. Somebody might think like, oh, to create separation, let's pull the colors apart from each other to do that. But in this case, the color separation was created masterfully just through using analogous color harmony. Let's move on to probably the most popular and most common example when it comes to color grading, which is complementary harmony, color harmony or color scheme. And I just chose a granddaddy clip to demonstrate that. This is from Joker, and we're looking at Joaquin Phoenix's character, and at this point in his life, his world is falling apart. So when you look at the vector scope, it's not a 50-50 split. It's not like we got tons of saturation in the skin and it's going toward orange, and then we got all this cyan. That's not what's happening. So what's really happening is that we got a little bit of juice in the top left quadrant where the skin tones live, right? Because right now he's lifeless. He's mad. His mom is dying. He's in the hospital. So keeping those things in mind, there's not a lot of saturation in his skin. So that's a conscious decision from Jill Bogdanovich, who graded this film, right? And then in order to create a lot of color and a lot of drama and make this entire thing sing, she used the background color, which is cyan, and pushed it. So that's where the drama came from. Because if right now I go in and I just take this cyan, let me just show you right here, and desaturate it, and if I just pull the chroma back a little bit and make it a little bit darker, bring the value down of this specific hue, all of a sudden, all the drama from this shot is gone. It's not special anymore. So that was a conscious decision to do a 30-70 split where you have a little bit of like warmth in the skin, but then the rest of the shot is driven by the cyan. So it's still a very, very prominent complementary color harmony. All right. So that was a great example of that. And now I want to give you another and our final example here, which is a little bit tricky and it requires a bit more legwork, meaning your production team needs to be on board and it has to be done in pre-production before it gets to you in post. I mean, you can technically create it if you have to and if you're asked to in post, but majority of this type of work is done in pre-production and then on set. And I'm talking about a split complementary color harmony. That's what you're looking at right here. Okay, so it's a Y, right? So it's basically, this is what it is. So you got your, main color, which we see this green. He's in a club right now. And this is a perfect color harmony for rom-com and comedies in general. Okay, so this is from Spring Breakers, which is a rom-com. So we got that green on him, which is the unapologetic, our main color. And then instead of like going, directly opposite to that in the magenta direction, the colors split and create that Y. So we hit that red, we hit that purple, right? So we're hitting those two colors and it's creating that Y shape. And it's a very interesting thing because when you look at this image, it's dark, but there's so much pop and juice that you just cannot help but to get excited. And that's, the beauty of split complementary colors, because it just adds this extra, this X factor that usually you don't really get to see. Call it maybe almost like unnatural. And obviously there's mixed lighting in the club, so you can buy it like, it's natural in that environment, but it's unnatural when we just think about the sun and the, moonlight and all that. So having a basic understanding of how these colors work with each other and the CIE color system and what's going on over there will give you a significant edge over your competition, whether you're a filmmaker, cinematographer, director, colorist, whatever have you, right? Like you can utilize these techniques Honestly, this video, I would keep it in my watch later folder because this is more like a handbook. This is something that you routinely go back to and just, go, oh, what was that one thing that he was talking about? Or let me just go touch base on that. And also, I will encourage you guys to keep implementing these techniques that I talked about. If you have a shot that fit one of these color harmonies that I'm talking about, or if you have a tough shot that falls under that green on green that we looked at, and if you just want to challenge yourself and go in there and try to implement some of the things that I talked about and see if you can pull something out of it, I think it's going to be very gratifying. And that's one of the beauties about color grading that I love so much, that you don't have to wait. When it comes to editing or cinematography, you shot something, now you have to wait for weeks to see the end result. With editing, you have to live with that edit for so long until it's like sound design graded and everything for you to see the final image. But us being in the finishing seat, we do something and we get to see the results instantly, and there's something beautiful about it. So guys, once again, we only have a couple of days left to register for my free webinar if you want to deep dive into the world of color science, and especially ACES. It's such a behemoth. There's so many different school of thoughts and like ways to go about it. The way I'm going to break it down is going to be something where in 1 hour you're going to walk away having enough knowledge to confidently work in ACES on your next professional project. So go sign up. Registration is free, but we do have limited seatings and it's filling up. So link is down below. Check it out. If you're enjoying the content, you know what to do. Smash the like button, subscribe to my channel for more awesomeness, and I will see you guys in the next video.
Select the object. I always say ideas are everything. So I go where the ideas lead. It could be to the painting studio, it could be to an office to work on a computer, it could be sound, room to work on sound. You go where the ideas are telling you to go, where you're fired up to do this or that. And that leads you, to those places. We're nothing without an idea. We don't know what to do without an idea. And the idea tells us everything. So it's common sense that ideas are super important. And I love the idea of catching ideas. And they're out there, millions and millions of ideas, and we don't know them until they enter the conscious mind. And then we know them, and we see them and hear them and feel them. We know the mood of them, even if it's just a small fragment of what could be a whole film or a painting or whatever. We fall in love with it for some reason. Something inside of us says, this is a great idea for me. And then you write that idea down on a piece of paper in such a way that when you read what you wrote, the idea comes back in full. Super important to write down your ideas so you don't forget them. I think I've forgotten 3 incredible ideas in my life. So write down your ideas and save them, because it's very important. And then we can talk more about catching ideas, but I do equate catching ideas with the thing of fishing. You have to have patience. And I say a desire for an idea is like a bait on a hook. And it's like putting a little piece of bait on a hook and lowering it into the water. And then you don't know when they're going to come or what will trigger them. But lo and behold, on a lucky day, bingo, you'll catch a fish, you'll catch an idea. And like I say, you don't see the fish down there, but when you bring it up out of the water, that's like the idea coming into the conscious mind. You see the fish. You see the details of it. The fish's eyes, the mouth, the fins, all the shiny little scales. You fall in love with this little fish. And and you write that idea down, and now you have even more bait, and you can lower that fish in, and other fish will swim to it that are part of that school, and you'll catch more and more fragments, and a script will start emerging. And it kind of goes like that for me. Another analogy is there's someone in the other room with a puzzle that's completely together, and they flip one piece at a time into me. So you can imagine the first pieces of puzzle, they don't relate to anything. You might love the colors of them or the shape of them or something about them, but you just save those, and then more come in, and then you start seeing something emerge, and finally the puzzle's finished. When we get an idea that we love, it feels very, very good. You see it and feel it and know it all at once, but it's all at once, and it comes with I always say, like a spark of electricity, inspiration kind of thing. But then you kind of calm down and more, leisurely examine it. And on examining it, it's like you turned on your TV and the first thing was like white flash, and then it kind of comes it pops on an image, and that's the image. Then out comes a sound and a feeling, and you just see it, and then you write down what you see and what you hear and the mood, and you feel very, very good. You've got something. If it's a cinema idea, I like them for two reasons. One is the idea of itself, and the other is the way cinema could say that idea. And then you got something, and all you have to do then is focus on that. And that focusing means lowering it back into the water on a hook and waiting. I say intuition is the number one tool, really, of the human being. Intuition, the way I think about it, is mind and emotion, intellect and emotion together. It's a feel thinking. It's a knowingness. And it is extremely important. Everybody has this, but I don't think everybody has the same amount. It's like consciousness. They say every human being has consciousness, but not every human being has the same amount. The potential, however, for every human being is infinite consciousness. Enlightenment, supreme enlightenment. And we could talk about that sometime too. And intuition is tied tightly to consciousness. You can't just wish for more intuition. You can't just imagine you have more intuition. Same way with consciousness. You can't just wish for more. You can't just imagine more. You got to go where it is and get more. It's like fishing. You can put your hook on a desert and lay it on the desert in the sand. You wait for a long time for a fish, maybe huge ages of time before water and fish come. Anyway, so you've got to go where that the treasure is. I guess the analogy is the chef doesn't make the fish. The chef just cooks the fish, and the chef can cook it really, really high-end, fantastic, or it can cook it very poorly, maybe not even cook it all the way through, and people get sick. But the chef doesn't make the fish. Just like these ideas, the person catching the idea doesn't make the idea. It's crazy. We really rely on these gifts to do anything. A lot of ideas come from our world, and our world holds a lot of violence. Violence in the homes, violence on the streets, violence in the city, violence in the country, violence in all the countries. A lot of violence, a lot of corruption, a lot of suffering, a lot of tension, anger, hate, fear, a lot of mistakes. Prisons are full, hospitals are full. It's a mess. And it doesn't have to be this way, but it is the way it is. And ideas come from our world. Stories emerge from our world. And stories involve things that are in the world. You know, I always say, have the suffering and the violence and all the things of human nature, negative and positive, in the script, in the film, in this book, but not in your life. And that you don't have to suffer to show suffering on the screen or in a book. You can be very happy showing suffering. And that's the key to things. Stories all through time have had conflict and all these different things. But the ideas come from the world. They come from other places, it seems also, but a lot come from just our world, and the feeling of being in this world conjures these stories that come. Many things from our childhood stick with us, from our world, our friends, experiences, feelings, dreams. All these things go into the hopper and they swim around, and new things come in. All these new things come in and they swim around. And if you have time to daydream, they can conjure some things. And it's a very beautiful story. And everybody has these things swimming about. And the possibility is there that they can trigger ideas. Everyone's hopper is pretty full. And they say that the window to the hopper is wide open when we're growing up, taking in all these things. And for safety's sake, that window starts closing at a certain point, and you start working with what you've got in there. There's a story when I lived in Boise, Idaho, on Park Circle Drive. One night, I think it was around 9:30. You know, in the 50s, in small towns, there were street lights, but they were dimmer than the lights of today. And it was near a street light, near a street called Shoshone Avenue. And across the way, I was with my younger brother. Out of the darkness came a woman, completely naked, and she had skin the color of milk, and she wasn't walking quite properly. I didn't understand exactly what was wrong, and there might have been some blood on her mouth. She was pretty much oblivious to me and my brother as she came out of the darkness and walked and sat down on a curb. And I never seen an adult woman naked, and it was quite a powerful experience. And I knew that she was hurt and trouble, and I wanted to help her, but I didn't know what to do. It's not every day that you see a battered nude woman come out of the bushes, but these kind of things happen. And in this story, this happened.
Right in front of your own stupid house. Get out of here!
Mike, stop it.
Shut up! Just shut up, all right? Nobody's talking to you, all right? Come on. Mike, look, I don't want to cause any problems. Who's that, huh? Is that your mother? That's your mother, Jeffrey? No, come here, you Ivy. You shit or someone's hurt. No, didn't notice.
Dorothy Valance?
As far as people thinking, well, I don't have anything to say, maybe you don't. But on the other hand, that might be the wrong way to look at it. What might be better is to just daydream and catch some things that start a flow of ideas, just to see if a story comes that you like. And more ideas can come, and there might be something that you find inside that you really love. And then you say, oh, wait a minute, I do have something to say. I could say this thing that came to me. So it goes like that. Having time, which is so difficult in today's world, having time to daydream, to sit by yourself and daydream. It's really, really important for catching ideas and going over things, just daydreaming. From the outside, it looks like maybe you should take this person not necessarily to a hospital, but to maybe a psychiatrist, or you tell them to get a job. But it's real important. It looks like you're doing nothing. But what you're doing is so important for catching ideas. Have that time to sink into daydreaming, because it can go deeper and deeper, and you can catch things that you can't catch in any other way. As I said, I think that in this world today, people don't have a lot of time to daydream. But that's one place where it can happen. But it could also happen at any moment doing anything. Because in the back of your mind, you've got that desire. You just keep that desire going. You can catch ideas. These fish can be flying fish. They don't need the water. They fly right to you. What scares fish away or makes it more difficult is stress, depression, sorrow, anxieties, tension, traumatic stress, hate, anger, and fear. All these things that desire fish. What scares fish away or makes it more difficult is stress, depression, sorrow, anxieties, tension, traumatic stress, hate, anger, and fear, all these things are in the family of negativity, and they restrict a lot of things. They restrict happiness, and they restrict, sleep, and you get fatigued. Fatigue is not good for catching ideas, and they like I say, squeeze the tube through which the ideas flow. They cloud the mind. All these things. So give yourself a chance to get those ideas, and at the same time bring all these positive things along with them, things that you're going to need, like energy and like awareness, understanding, and it's real important.
Hey guys, my name is Jordy. I'm a professional filmmaker from Belgium, and this right here is my studio, or better yet, my playground.
Cái ý tưởng về mặt hình ảnh cho một bộ phim ạ?
Tôi nghĩ là tất cả những điều bạn vừa nói nó được bắt đầu và nó sẽ đến với bất kể người quay phim, người giám đốc hình ảnh nào đó ở cái trang viết của kịch bản, ở nội dung của kịch bản. Và kịch bản thì nó là một cái ngôn ngữ của chữ viết, nó hiện hữu tất cả những cái nội dung nó hiện hữu tất cả những cái nội dung trong cái trang viết của nó. Thế và người quay phim sẽ phải lĩnh hội tất cả những cái yếu tố câu chuyện ở trong cái ngôn ngữ tiếng mẹ đẻ của mình để có thể chắt lọc nó ra để hiểu câu chuyện đó thật là tốt. Sau khi hiểu rồi thì anh phải nhớ nó, anh nhớ nó anh phải hiểu nó. Thế và tôi muốn dài dòng một tí ngược trở lại là làm sao để có thể hình thành nên một kịch bản. Ở đây nó là không phải là tôi là một nhà biên kịch để tôi dạy cái đó, mà tôi chỉ muốn nói rằng là con người muốn viết ra một cái yếu tố gì đó, một cái câu chuyện nào đó, một cái nốt nào đó, hay bất kể một cái gì đó để họ có thể dùng một cái ký hiệu, một cái ngôn ngữ để họ ghi lại vào đây. Cụ thể kịch bản là ngôn ngữ của chữ viết, thì cái người biên kịch đó họ phải có một cái cuộc sống, một cái trải nghiệm, một sự quan sát bằng 5 giác quan mà trời đã phú cho con người. Tức là nhà biên kịch đó phải nhìn thấy, phải nghe thấy, phải cảm nhận thấy hương vị, mùi vị và cái xúc giác của cái làn da của họ. Và có những nhà biên kịch thì hoặc là có những cái người mà người ta có thể nói đó là những người có giác quan thứ 6, cái tức là bằng một cái linh cảm nào đó. Thì tất cả đều phải bắt đầu bằng những thứ đó. Họ nhìn thấy và họ nghe thấy, họ quan sát thấy cuộc sống, và cuối cùng rồi thì rất qua một cái quá trình rất là dài, họ có thể tích lũy được tất cả những nhiều vấn đề, nhiều câu chuyện, nhiều chân dung con người, nhiều ngôn ngữ chính của điện ảnh là hình, là nhìn thấy và sau đó là nghe thấy, hai cái song song. Đấy là hai ngôn ngữ chính nhất, bỏ qua phim 3D, phim 4D, phim 5D. Đấy là một việc khác, nó hỗ trợ thêm thôi. Còn cái ngôn ngữ chính tuyệt đối nhất là hình ảnh và âm thanh và hình ảnh đi cùng với nhau. Tỷ lệ độ quan trọng của hai cái hàm lượng của hình ảnh và âm thanh này có thể 50-50, có thể 1 và 99, tùy theo cái tình huống mà cái người đạo diễn người ta quyết tâm xử lý. Tôi nói ví dụ luôn, là ví dụ
I remember I start saying some lines, and he kind of stops me. He whispers at me. He goes, "Hey, man, I didn't know we were supposed to do it in an accent. What do you want to eat, Al?"
I don't know. Why are you doing an accent? I don't know. What do you want to eat out? I don't know.
So I try to do the scene, and about halfway through it, he's like, "Dude, you're doing it in an accent, man." I'm like, "I'm not." I'll have the roast pork tenderloin with applesauce and mashed potatoes.
It isn't ready yet.
I'm just fucking stressed because I just feel the fucking obligation is on you. You don't have the pressure of fucking hundreds of kids that are getting this funding for this fucking play, so that if the performance isn't received well, or if I'm not received well, that it comes back, that it's bigger than me. All you have to deal with is me. You don't see me complaining. It's like fucking Sean said, we're here for the kids. That's what it's about. You're not. You're here for me. Just help do that. Dude, this is the last thing that I'm doing, and you're thinking about yourself as the lead instead of thinking about what this really is, which is like my last moment.
I never thought that, never crossed my
No, but you're acting with fucking everybody. You get to do a scene with fucking Hanks. You do a scene with fucking with Sean. You do a scene. You're gonna get to stand there when fucking Jack's up there doing his thing. And dude, with all due respect, I'm with fucking Danny DeVito.
But you haven't put it on the card. That's the dinner. You can get that at 6 o'clock. It's 10 to 6.
The clock says 6.
Yeah, it's 10 minutes fast.
Joaquin, how are you, my man? Nice to see you again. Yeah, hey, Casey, how are you? Good to see you. Listen, I want to take this opportunity also to give you an exclusive and just talk a little about the fact that this will be my last performance as an actor. I'm not doing films anymore.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Joaquin Phoenix done with acting?
Listen, I want to take this opportunity also to give you an exclusive and just talk a little bit about the fact that this will be my last performance as an actor. I'm not doing films anymore.
That's what he told her, Jerry Penacoli. Joaquin saying ain't so.
The phone has been ringing off the hook. The emails are out of control.
Sue, Two Lovers will be my last press stuff that I'll do, and I'm not acting anymore, and I'm doing this hip-hop record. It's not hard enough to make the transition, and I don't need my fucking brother-in-law making
If you wanted this to be handled better, then you should have fucking talked to your publicist, you should have had a press release, but you don't want to talk to anyone like that because you don't want to deal with any of that fucking bullshit, so then don't deal with that bullshit, and then what happens is when you walk down a red carpet, you have to answer the fucking questions on your own. I didn't know what you wanted me to say, man. You're definitely, this is you, dude.
I love it, man. This is what fucking retirement's about. Playing by our own rules.
Oh no! Oh no!
Ready? Everybody? Why? But my shit smells, dude.
Oh, what's it?
Let her out.
What about if they laugh at you?
I've been laughed at before, man. I mean, have you seen some movies I've done?
Joaquin Phoenix announced his retirement from acting.
That he was retiring from acting.
From Hollywood stars, of course, is to get bigger and
Phoenix has
bigger.
announced he is retiring
He's a former
from
Oscar
Hollywood
nominee who walked away from
He quits right in the prime of his career.
He's leaving Tinseltown. Perhaps.
Well, we're hearing that he's done.
If you're telling me I cannot act anymore, right? I think it'd be a shame. But if you are saying I just don't send me any scripts, I just want to be shut off to it, I think it's a mistake because I think it is something.
Yeah, of course, but within reason. Yeah, no, you know. So there's what? The one that's there goes fame like a train speeding faster than bullets. Everybody's moving back, flying up on some notes. So Pax is breaking, and time's been tinkered. Well, I got drinking. Time to go away when the work is stinking. Reference to Return. Nobody else had the guts to stand up and not give a fuck and walk out on all that love.
That one's better than the first one.
It's a drug, this whole fan game. Gonna plug your lame shit on sofas with David Letterman. Worse yet, Jay Bird get to singing you to welcome death. But you see, the fucking thing is, I'ma get up and dust myself off again. You can do this, Joaquin, with the help of your fans. With the help of your fans. So I started with this piano. There's a bass. Take it all, kid, don't you wanna get rich?
Your mother got a stranger that you rest up on the kid. If you wanna make the crew happier than shit, then just shut her ass up, you little son of a bitch.
Hey Tom, it's Nick. Yeah, I'm calling about coming in tonight with JP. Yep. And do you have a mic if he wants to perform?
The homeboy Joaquin Phoenix about to kick some raps for y'all one time. Let's go, brother. People on the terminal send you. You got to with them. You can go ahead and try to get at you. Big top, keep me rocking the flat cars and balls, taking over this whole fucking yard. Times are crazy. Don't be backing up that baby. Must be places and know the better say shit. Let's gotta do people up when they shit. He's upside. The tempo.
I liked it. Thanks, man. I'm out there. Fuck them, right?
Hey, JP. Oh, Joaquin Phoenix. Or Johnny Cash. Whatever the fuck is that.
I made it to the point in my career where I didn't have to, like, impress or show people. They just knew, and I think I grew comfortable in that. And I thought that I could just, like, jump into this and have the same impact, but...
They weren't seeing it, but you have to give people time, you know, and maybe they were seeing, you know, a movie actor up there rapping, and
right, but there's nothing about the lyrics is truth that they would have just fucking listened. Bill and be top, kid be rocking the star, flash cars and bulbs taking over his whole fucking yard. Times is crazy, mothers be packing up their babies, or Poppy be Swayze lit up on some Johnny Blaze shit. Really crewed up, got the stage shit, I never tried to play this. All I ever needed was a band of people screaming, calling from the cars on the windows when they're staring, and peering in to get a creep out this crazy motherfucker, tearing up the screen and always paparazzi ducking, stepped away from the light, it wasn't right. Took the bull by the horns, I ain't gonna give up the fight, tonight's my night. And any motherfucker that wanna bait, no, I changed it.
That was great. That was great.
No, I don't need your...
No, I mean, but it was great. I mean...
I know, but what I'm saying is if you listen, that's what I'm saying, your reaction, it was great. You felt it. They didn't, because they were preconceived. I feel like this is out of my control now. Like, who's fucking producing this shit? I don't know where the... I need a producer who can fucking explode the fucking eggshell away and let the album start its life.
So, Dre.
Dre?
I mean, he's like one of the best out there.
Dude, I'm saying if Dre's gonna be into it.
Okay.
But then it's just a Dre album. I don't know. Do you know what I mean? Like,
but what about Rick Rubin?
So the bad news is Rick Rubin and Dr. Dre are both booked.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, but the good news is that it looks like P. Diddy might be available.
Oh, no way.
So I got to call into his people right now, but I just wanted to touch base before I went any further.
You know, all you can do is do something for yourself, believe in it, love it, and then fucking put it out in their own world and hope that people like it. Love it.
Just talked to Carlene at Bad Boy. Yep. So he'll meet with them. Diddy's going to be in New York this weekend, so we can, and he wants to meet with you. Well, I'm just going to let him know that we'll know sometime between Friday and Sunday. It might just be last minute. You might be there, get there Thursday night, and Friday I might get a call, and you might have to see him Friday. No, I understand. We'll just be there. Hopefully we can get them two together and get them to meet up, but I'm not promising anything.
So I go to fucking New York.
And we wait for her to give us a call. It's like we'll make it work whenever Diddy's available.
This is fucking ridiculous.
Good? Good.
New York, this is Captain speaking. Buckle up, sit tight, we about to hit the streets and start from scratch. No, it ain't a thing, man. I come with Diddy and I keep on creeping.
So, is this true? You're done? You're going straight for the music?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I really want it to be like a hip-hop Bohemian Rhapsody kind of thing, you know? I want it to be epic.
Epic is good. Epic is good. Epic is epic.
Too big to burn up in our atmosphere, these pieces of ice and rocks come hurtling down on an unsuspecting metropolis.
Well, it's Sunday afternoon and I haven't heard nothing. Can you just call him and find out what's going on?
Have you noticed the change in me, dude? Is it incredible? Since I retired, like, I don't worry about anything anymore. I need to do a fucking show. I need to get out there and do it for real. Do the snow angel, dude. I can reach you. Do the snow angel. Do the fucking snow angel. Dude, do the fucking snow angel. Do the snow angel there. Do the fucking snow angel, dude. Do the fucking snow angel. Dude, do it. Look at mine. Look at mine. Look at mine, dude.
That's bad.
Huh? You're fine. Dude, you only have wings. This angel doesn't have fucking legs. Like, you know how many...
I don't think you're on ball.
That's a funny bit.
You know what? The big YouTube video is just a little midget Indian being like, "Butty ding, butty ding, butty ding." They think everything is funny. Have you seen their shows? And there's one. I always remember what the fucking song was. It's fucking genius. Did you want to be your life into that again? They're so funny. And the thing is, they think they're funny and they don't even hear how they sound. They don't, the accent sounds normal. And the clothes look normal. They still think it's funny. It's doubly funny for us. Freeze frame? Yeah, freeze frame. Ow! Ow! You're fucking! Ow! Ow! Fucking! Ow! Fucking idiot, dude! We got shit in your face. Okay. Ow!
Hey, Diddy can't do it now for a few days, I'm being told. I don't know, they said maybe we could try for Saturday morning. I don't know if it's gonna happen this weekend. I'm sorry, I wish I had better news for you.
I want to be triumphant, man. I want to be like... And I got the blues once again like an old fool. And then I jumped down and jumped back up and broke all the rules. I couldn't say yes anymore to their games. I had to say no even if it cost me my sanity.
What the fuck is going on? Who the fuck acts like this?
I think he thinks you aren't serious now.
Why?
I don't know. I haven't read it, but I know there's something Entertainment Weekly just printed saying that you aren't really quitting and it's a hoax. They said they had an anonymous source, someone close to you.
I don't know too much about it. I don't know the details, but... Man, I got a phone call. That was it.
This is in quotations. He said, "It's a put on. I'm going to pretend to have a meltdown and change careers in case he's going to film it," says one source who recently worked with Phoenix. Can you tell me who the sources are for the magazine?
Dude, no.
You can't tell me?
No.
Do you know who they are?
Yes.
You do know?
Yes.
People aren't going to recognize this art because of their own stupid, preconceptions. I mean, is it that your dream is unattainable, or is it that you had the wrong dream? This bitch is getting a storm. She did not even know a fucking storm was coming. I'm gonna fuck her fucking face. She has no fucking idea. Hey, honey, my name's Anthony. I was looking for a little bit of company. Ooh, shit. Oh, shit. I want to smell her butthole. Dude, if you do nothing else for me, let me smell a girl's butthole, you fucking asshole. No, you can't call. You're a fucking idiot, dude. Why are you hovering over me? Oh, Brooke. Brooke. Oh, shit, look at this. Oh, Leela, you dirty fucking little bitch. Leela, you dirty little fucking bitch. Oh, Leela, you fucking have no idea. Yes, I was calling for Tiffany. So two girls for 6. Okay. Shut your fucking mouth, dude, because you didn't score it. I scored it and I stashed it. You fucking idiot, you've done nothing for me. Oh shit, dude, who was the nigger in charge over here? Who was the nigger in charge? Don't look at it, dude. Don't look at it. No, bitch, I got a whole lot. You know what? I already have to shit. So why don't you go fucking lay down and assume the position, since you're the one that's gonna be the receptacle of my duty. You're gonna look back in years on this, when you're older and your kids see this, you're gonna be so fucking ashamed of yourself. Because of the opportunities that were provided, the fun, literally just to fucking hang out, the fun that we have. And you fucked it up because you're an idiot.
Dream of you. And if I'm wrong, we'll know it's true.
You ever tell us out this fucking window like waiting for hookers, just staring? Imagine what the little bubbles are gonna smell like. Andrew.
You go.
Yeah.
You go.
Hello? Hello? Hi? Hi?
Oh, 11 M.
Okay. Dude, don't show us. Come on, man. Hey, come here. Come here, dude. Show us, please. Come here. Show us.
But it's shrunken right now.
Holy, oh my god! Is that like not even like aroused?
I'm not even aroused.
Dude, how do you guys know?
Well, look at it. How do you not know?
Do you have kids?
But listen, I don't
You should.
Hi, JP. Carlene called. Puff is not even in New York City anymore. I don't know what to say. I am so sorry. But she did say if you wanted to go to Miami right now, she promises he'll have time for you.
Yeah, just tell him we're in. I'm gonna get the fucking CD prep. We're just getting the hotel. I gotta take a shower and shit. And then we'll be there, 7 o'clock. It's like 4:30 now. Don't fucking worry.
We have the nightclub right here, Liv. So if you guys want to come, we'll get a
How's
table
it
for
pussy?
you. You obviously haven't seen the club. It's the sickest club in the world.
Is it?
It's right here.
I'm supposed to meet Diddy tonight.
Puff's coming right back.
He's a killing it.
When is your album coming out? I thought it was gonna be January. It looks probably more like end of February, March. Still doing some tweaks.
It's a fun weekend down here. You'll come and perform. We'll get lots of press and stuff.
Fantastic, man. Dude, I'm doing a gig here for sure. 7 o'clock. What time is it?
Where's the other fucking thing over there?
So I'm gonna go chill at Did's, and I don't know what's up. I don't know if he just wants to chill and have some drinks, listen to music. I don't know if he's gonna play me some tunes. I'm gonna just try and be receptive to what goes down. It was a good night. I fucking feel it, right? Oh man. I can't fucking believe it. Shit, that's fucking embarrassing. I literally don't know what to say. Do I say Diddy?
How you doing?
Good day, man. How's it going?
Good.
Phoenix, Joaquin, Phoenix to see Diddy.
To see who?
Diddy, Mr. Combs, Sean. But this is it. Dude, we're late, all right? Where's that thing? Did you press it?
Yeah.